Hello, sinners. It is I, Father Evil, and I invite you to Destination Station on YouTube.
Bagels and go to Destination Station. This buddy is the bomb.
Yep.
Love it.
Yep.
Fucking A.
Yep.
I had to say that for a reason.
Freddie, take that, motherfucker.
All right. Okay. Fuck you. Yeah.
Jamie Kennedy. Subscribe to my man, Destination Station, right now if you want the best content.
And I come back. I told you I'd be back. I hope everybody has been doing well. I've been keeping up with some of y'all, and it looks like the community has been holding strong. And I love that. I love that. Even though that I've had some time away, you know, it's such a it's so comforting to know that the horror fam just kind of kept together, even if it was on somebody else's channel. You know, we've all kind of built this horror community, and I love y'all, and thank you for patiently waiting for my return. It's been a long time. Also, welcome to Destination Station. What am I saying? We got all things that are good. We do horror, we do gaming, we do movie reviews, we do it all over here. So yeah, more content is coming from this point forward. Had to take a little bit of time off. Some of y'all know what's been going on in my life, and I appreciate y'all for reaching out and checking up on me throughout this stuff that's been going on. But I'm in my new place, set up finally, and we will have a guest tonight. Should be showing up pretty shortly, but for right now, you got me. I hope that's good enough. So yeah, I hope everybody has been having such a wonderful weekend. Hope y'all had a great 4th of July. It was fun for me as well. Have you seen Maxxxine? Because that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going, you know, the movie came out Thursday night. Some people saw it earlier than that. But I wanted to start doing the spoiler talk live streams with y'all, you know, on Sundays, giving everybody the opportunity to see whatever the big upcoming movie is of the weekend, kind of let everyone see it, you know, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and then Sunday we do this spoiler talk. So if you have not seen it, I highly recommend you check it out, because it is something that you should see in the theaters. I know it's getting a lot of mixed reviews for different reasons, but I still think it's worth your money. It's worth your time to go out to the theaters and check it out, especially if you were a fan of this trilogy of Ty West's work, Mia Goth, and doing X and Pearl. If you're fans of those, you got to see what they got in store for the third entry, right? So Maxxxine, I want to hear what y'all's thoughts are. Have you seen Maxxxine? We are, like I said, we are going to be going to get into spoilers later on in the stream, and I will let you know once we get there. But I'd like to know what y'all overall thoughts are on X and Pearl, because we're going to be ranking those as well. And honestly, the way, and I'm not giving away a spoiler right now, but the way this kind of leaves, there's potential for other entries. There's so much more they could do with this. This doesn't have to be the end. So yeah. Let's see who's in the chat for now. Let me know if that background music is okay on y'all's end and my audio is okay. We were kind of having some technical difficulties last night. I just want to make sure the video and audio is good on y'all's end. It looks okay and sounds okay on my end. So just let me know in the chat. But we got Denisha here. As always, can count on Denisha. Hashtag digital bouncer. It controls asses one stream at a time. Oh yeah, Denisha. How are you, lady? You know, I can always count on Denisha. Denisha's gonna be there. That's it. That's all I know. Also, we have Lady Luna in the house. What's up, Lady Luna? A new hashtag digital bouncer. She is officially a moderator now and a member of the channel. So everybody, welcome Lady. Good friend of mine. She has fantastic content over on TikTok. So go check her out. Lady, if you want to share your socials and your TikTok and everything in the chat, I don't mind. You are a part of the fam. So yeah, everyone give her a warm welcome. Which she's not new to the community. She's been here, but she is a new moderator. So welcome her. Oliver, what's up? What's up, man? How you doing? Thank you, Lady. Yeah, it's been a long wait. I know. I have some new stuff for the channel. We're probably going to do a little bit of rebranding and everything. So be looking out for that. I'm just going to kind of like change it up, kind of make it a little bit more fresh as far as like video content and live streams and stuff. So yeah, I think it's time for a change. Jamie Hart is in the house. Hey, Jamie. Hello to you too. Welcome, Jamie. Another hashtag digital bouncer. Let's see here. I'm not going to be able to see Maxxxine. My theater isn't playing it. Wow, that's crazy, Jamie. They're not playing it at all? Not even for like one weekend, huh? Wow. I know there are ways that you can watch it online. I didn't tell you that, but there are other ways to check it out. But this movie is something that I feel like you would get more out of if you saw it on the big screen. I'm just a big fan of it, you know, especially like the tone and everything that this movie had going for it, like that 80s horror and set in Hollywood, kind of gave you a little bit of that vibe of what Quentin Tarantino did with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Just a little darker. But yeah, it's really cool. And then the soundtrack, you know, the soundtrack is, they have to spend a lot of money on the soundtrack alone. And Mia Goth, you already know that she kills it. She's such a great actress, and she kills it as Pearl and as Maxxxine. And we're going to get into all of that. I kind of want to just kind of say hey to all of y'all before we really get into discussions. Let's see here. Okay, y'all are all catching up as well. Good deal. Absolutely, lady. I can't talk tonight. Hold on. I can't talk sometimes, okay? Sometimes I'm like the sheriff of Nottingham in, what's that? Robin Hood Men in Tights? Where he's like saying shit backwards or he doesn't say shit clearly. Like, that's how tired I am sometimes. I like, I'm really lazy with my words. And I'm like, what the hell did I just say? Dominic St. Clair's in the house. What's up, buddy? How you been, man? Another moderator and also a content creator. Go check out Dom. He does like a lot of gaming live streams and just content over there. And he's also a filmmaker. He works on some short films and stuff. Go check out his work. Super awesome guy. Very talented. Absolutely, Oliver. Hell yeah. Group hug and high fives. I'm happy everyone is back. Man, that means a lot, man. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see all of y'all. You know, it is like a Sunday night. I know everybody's busy. This isn't my normal streaming night. So yeah. I'm thank you for the warm welcome, or welcome back. Jamie says, as far as I can tell, they aren't going to show it. I want to see it. I have to drive 45 minutes away. I'll probably just wait for it to come out and stream it or Blu-ray. Yeah, and you know that's unfortunate too, because this movie, I felt like this one was bigger than X and Pearl as far as like the marketing and everything and the build up. So I feel like this should be in more theaters. But yeah, it'll be out on streaming before you know it. Like, things are coming out. Like, what was it? Like a lot of these summer blockbusters are already out on streaming. You can already check them out. Like what, Fall Guy like was in theaters and then like the following week or 2 weeks later, it was available to rent or stream. I was like, geez, same thing with Furiosa. You know, like I don't know what's going on with the theaters these days, but a lot of these movies are not making their money back in the theaters, so they have to throw it on streaming really quick to try to recuperate some of that revenue. And a lot of people just don't want to leave their house either. They're starting to realize that, especially with like the pricing of theaters and popcorn and Coke and all that kind of stuff. And if you take your kids or you take whatever, it's like, dang, you could have already bought this movie. So sometimes it's better for it to just be able to be bought on, digital. I kind of like the method, I still love the big screen. I'm just always like that's my sanctuary. So it's just comforting for me. But I also like the convenience of just being able to click a button and purchase it and watch it in my own home. And also, like, certain TVs have better image quality than theaters, than the projectors and the screens and everything. So yeah, if you got like a really high-end home theater setup or like an OLED TV, I mean, you might as well just watch it there. It's gonna be the best way possible, especially if you have like Dolby Atmos sound and stuff like that. Yeah. Let's see here. Jerry Wilson's announced. What's up, Jerry? Welcome. What's up, buddy? Glad to see you. Am I the only one that's not a moderator? No, there's a few others, Oliver. There's a few others. So yeah, you're not alone, buddy. You're not alone. Let's see here. About 30 minutes left to finish on Pearl. X was good so far. I'm really enjoying Pearl as well. Lady, yeah, I know we were talking about this the last couple days, and yeah, I honestly, like, we're going to get into it whenever my guest gets here and everything, but X was good, like you said. Pearl got me hyped. After walking out of Pearl, I was like, everybody needs to see this movie, Like, that's how I was thinking. I was like, this was such a good movie. It's almost like a character study, and just the way Mia Goth just killed it in that role, like there's some monologues in there that are just phenomenal. There's some really shocking moments. It's like Psycho meets The Wizard of Oz a little bit. It's like even the color palette of the movie's just different. It's just so different than X and Maxxxine. They're all three of them are completely like different type of tones of movies. You know what I mean? Like that's what I like about them. Is like this is a really unique and cool trilogy, and a lot of like these movies that are coming out like back to back, because X came out and then Pearl came out some months later, same year, which was a breath of fresh air. I honestly, when I said, oh, they're rushing this movie. I know it's already been filmed, but it must. I bet you it's gonna be lackluster. Like I wasn't expecting much out of Pearl, and I got more out of Pearl than I thought I would. And I honestly, I think I liked Pearl more than X. But both of them were great. Both of them were really, really good. But it was just like a lot of other films are taking this approach where, like look at Strangers Chapter 1. We're supposed to be getting Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, which I have not seen the Strangers Chapter 1 yet, which that's on my radar. I have a video coming up about upcoming horror movies for the rest of the year and the first half of the horror movies that have already came out. So I will have that video up sometime this week. But a lot of like directors and production companies are taking this route. Like, look at it's not horror, but Kevin Costner's Horizon. That's going to be 4 movies. Horizon Part 1 is in the theaters right now. Part 2 is supposed to come out, September or something like that? And then they're going to have Part 3 and Part 4 as well. Now, I don't know how that's going to play out, because that's like Kevin Costner's like epic Western, post Yellowstone. I don't know if any of y'all watch Yellowstone or anything like that, but they put a lot of money into this, and especially Kevin Costner, and nobody's showing up to this movie hardly to see Horizon. So I expect that to come on streaming very quickly, and I would be very, very surprised if Horizon Part 2, 3, and 4 are in the theaters. I bet you they probably, if it does go to theaters, I can see it doing like same day release on like streaming or something. Or he might just sell it to Netflix or Amazon Prime or something like that. But yeah, it's kind of a gamble is what I'm trying to say here. And with Rennie Harlan, I was so excited to see him come back and do Strangers Chapter 1. And that weekend, I think I was at Texas Frightmare. And all I saw was negativity about this movie. And like it was like almost like the same as the first, just kind of like toned down. Some people even compared it to like the CW horror or something like that, and I was like, oh, that's unfortunate. So I didn't like rush out to go see that, like as much as I did want to see it. Like all that negativity just kind of just like lost hope for it. But I'm still gonna watch it, and review it. And but that's a gamble. That's another gamble that doesn't seem like it's gonna pay off. Hopefully it does, because it did make a lot of money, a lot less budget than Horizon was, you know. But I have to say, like more studios are doing this method of releasing these movies back to back in the same year, or in a span of 2 years. And honestly, Ty West has a win. Like X, Pearl, and now Maxxxine. No matter what you think about which entry, this is a really good trilogy. A really good trilogy. Better than what we get most of the time. Alright, I know I was like a little long-winded there, sorry. All my theater is showing is family-friendly crap. Boo. What's family-friendly out right now? Was it like Despicable Me and Inside Out 2 or something like that? Jamie says, Pearl blew me away. Mia Goth is amazing. Yes, Jamie. That's what I'm saying. Lady, I hope you enjoy it, because Pearl was more my jam. I really liked it. Totally agree, Jamie. Lady says, yes, absolutely love going to the theater. It's a comfort zone, but so is my couch. Hey, you're right about that. You're absolutely right about that, because sometimes I'm like, you know, like this day and age, especially like post, you know, COVID and everything, it's like, hopefully I don't get demonetized saying that word, damn. But post that, a lot of people just don't want to leave their house. Everyone got comfortable staying home, like even for work, you know, like a lot of people do work from home now. It's becoming more the norm. A lot of people just ain't going back to the theaters. The theaters have still been like kind of struggling a little bit. I think they're going to be less risky with some of the movies that they put out to theaters. Bad Boys, Ride or Die, that was a win. A lot of people didn't think that they were going to show up for that because of Will Smith, what he did at the Oscars, but they did. I guess people are ready to accept him back, and I've always been a big fan of Bad Boys. So yeah, but just certain other things, like I mean, it's a big gamble, okay? Because us horror fans, we're going to show up to the newest horror movie or something, you know, like if we really want to see it, we're going to get our asses in that seat. But for a genre like Kevin Costner's Horizon, the Western genre just is not doing it. And there's a lot of people out there that's salty of how he left Yellowstone. So, and most of his fan base is probably, you know, like older than us a little bit, you know, like my parents' age or something. Like they grew up with him with all his movies and stuff, and he's a fantastic actor. He's got great movies, but you know, Westerns were big then. They're less of a hit now. So until that spark comes back up to where Westerns are awesome again, and they're big budget movies, it's kind of like those disaster movies. Remember when, I know I'm going all over the place here, but I'm just trying to make a point, so bear with me. But you remember whenever like those disaster movies back in the 90s and early 2000s was like this huge thing. You know, we got like Twister, which we got another Twister's coming out. Or we had Independence Day, The Day After Tomorrow, Deep Impact, Armageddon, all that stuff. Like that was huge then. That's so when one becomes huge, they start greenlighting these other projects. And there just hasn't been a huge Western to really break the mold, you know, like break it out of that shell. It's just like, it's like probably more suitable for TV, like a Yellowstone or something like that. It's probably just probably a safer bet, you know. But yeah, just like, okay, for instance, here's another example. When Halloween 2018 came out, what happened then? Oh, it was time to bring back the slasher resurgence. So we got Scream, and we got the Chucky series, and then we got, you know, we're still in talks with the Friday the 13th and what's going on with Nightmare on Elm Street. But, you know, like a lot more slashers started getting greenlit after that was such a huge success. So that's just kind of how it is. That, you know, it's they're in the business of making money. So Dominic says streaming is the new theater. Yeah. Hey, I'm a big fan of it, honestly. I love just sitting back and watching a movie on my TV and not having to drive anywhere or spend $20-$30 on popcorn and Coke. So yeah. Lady Luna says Pearl is building suspense for the franchise for me. Yeah. Yep. Pearl's good. Pearl's really, it's different, but it's so good, you know. And that's one thing that I hope that they do in this overall trilogy is, I don't want, lady, I know that you're like probably in the middle of it or almost about to finish it, but I'm just gonna say that, like, how that movie ends, you can still, like, Ty West, like I said, Maxxxine doesn't have to be the conclusion of this whole entire universe. You could still go back and do a sequel to Pearl, which I would prefer. That's where I would want the next movie to go, instead of it being a sequel to X and Maxxxine, because, you know, it's X, then it's a prequel with Pearl. Now Maxxxine is in the 80s, so we're following the character Maxxxine from the ending of X. So I would like for them to jump back and forth. I would like them to go, and I want to see what happens, what's going on with Pearl between the ending of that leading all the way up to X. She had to do a bunch of other shit, right? She didn't just go dormant for, I mean, she was pretty young then, like for 40, 50 years. Because she's pretty old in X, you know? So yeah. I would even like to see it like a prequel to X of, like, her being older still and you know, looking like that, because it's pretty creepy, and her doing shit, you know? Why did her husband stay with her all those years, you know? So yeah, why did he decide to just stay with her and protect all those years? Lady says, yes, big time Wizard of Oz vibes for me. Yeah, that scarecrow scene's a little crazy. Oh, and also, what's the guy that's in that movie? I forget his name, but I knew he was going to be a big star. But he's like the love interest of Pearl, in Pearl. He's our new Superman. He's the one that's in the new James Gunn Superman that everybody's hating on the costume and everything. So yeah, I was like, man, that's actually perfect casting. I always said, I was like, man, he looks like he could be like a superhero. He just has that look and that build, you know, like, and I was like, Superman. I was like, oh, that was perfect casting. So yeah. Let's see here. Jamie says, I watched a movie in my backyard the other night. Hubby won a projector set up. Oh, nice. We watched Scott Pilgrim versus the World, roasted dogs over the open fire pit. It was awesome. Heck yeah. That sounds like a fun time. That sounds like a really fun time. You know, that's one movie. I think I've seen bits and pieces of Scott Pilgrim versus the World, but I never finished it for some reason. But everybody always talked about how good it was, but I don't know why I never finished it. That's one movie I need to go back and give another shot and try to finish. What kind of hot dogs did you have? You know, were they Bar S? Were they Nathan's hot dogs? Were they what's the other one? Oscar Mayer. What's the best kind of hot dogs? Ballpark. Was it Ballpark hot dogs? It was good, but admit I was slightly disappointed. Oh, which one are you talking about? You talking about Pearl? Or are we talking about Scott Pilgrim versus the World? It really was awesome. I can't wait to do it again. Date night by the fire. Yeah, I remember doing that kind of stuff back whenever I lived in the dirty Mississippi. I had like a little projector out there by the pool and fire pit, grilling out every weekend, me and the family and all that kind of stuff. Good times. Good times. Enjoy it, Jamie. Enjoy it. Just the mosquitoes were so bad. I was like, man, I gotta watch my movies inside. That's how I felt. Or I gotta get in the pool and watch it from the pool side, you know. Mosquitoes ain't no joke down in the SIP. Let's see here. Oh, I love that date night, but y'all talk. Jamie says, I don't like Costner enough to pay to see Horizon Theater. I can't wait. I'm thinking you can say. Oh yeah, that's why I was like, yo, you can wait. I mean, I can wait. Yeah. That's how I feel. Like I do like Costner stuff, but like Costner and westerns. And honestly, if you've seen that trailer, it tells you nothing about what the movie's about. I mean, it literally does not market the movie very well. It just shows some attacks. It shows that they're trying to get somewhere. It shows Kevin Costner ride up on a horse. I was like, who did this trailer? Like, I don't know what the hell this movie's about. Like, I think that was a disservice to the movie, too. For everyone to go out and check it out, you know. Yeah, see, I agree. Like, jumping back and forth from, like now that, you know, we've done a entry in Maxxine's story, jumping back and doing an entry with Pearl, because I feel like Mia Goth shines better in Pearl as that character, and rightfully so, because Pearl is crazy, right? And Maxxine was actually at the beginning of the movie like happy and like had all these goals, and she had a vision for herself, and she wanted to be a star, you know. So it was two totally different characters, and I think a lot of people that went out and saw Maxxine this weekend, I think that they were expecting another performance from Mia Goth like we got in Pearl. And not to take away that Maxxine, like Mia Goth did bad at playing Maxxine, but it definitely felt a little underwhelming, not as extreme. And you know, it just seems like there's more to chew on with the Pearl character, you know, because of just like the psyche of her. Like, she's just more of an interesting character and more extreme. And Mia Goth just like really gets into that character. And with Maxxine, it's good, okay? But this is another movie that this is like one of my most highly anticipated movies of the year. Really, this movie was up there. I was like, when does this movie come out? I want to see it. I felt like it kept getting pushed back a couple months, and I was kind of getting irritated. I was like, what's going on? But then we heard that this is the best one out of the trilogy, and it's going to be a slasher movie, and not only just a slasher movie, a whodunit. And I'm like, that's interesting. and I was on board, you know, for those elements alone. I was like, okay, cool. And it's set in the 80s in Hollywood, on the Hollywood sets and stuff like that. And Kevin Bacon was in it, and I was like, hell yeah, like sign me up. I'm ready to see this movie like right now. It just seemed like everything was, the marketing on the movie was great. All the interviews I saw of Mia Goth and Ty West talked highly about the movie, and I know that's their job, is to sell you on that movie. But with them marketing it as a slasher whodunit, and it's the best one out of the trilogy, I just feel like it kind of misses the mark on those elements. And I'm not saying that it's a bad movie, because it is a really, really good movie. It's just, I just left the movie slightly underwhelmed, because, and you know, and that could be possibly my fault and other viewers' faults, because a lot of us fans, our expectations were up here. And that's where I was. I was like, oh, it's going to be better than Pearl. It's going to be better than X. I mean, as long as it's as good as those, I'm okay with it. But we didn't really get a whole lot of slasher stuff in this movie. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of times where we're just f***ing her, and nothing's really going on. She's just interacting with a friend at work, or she's interacting with another friend, or, you know, like a lot of the best scenes is like her interaction with Kevin Bacon. And honestly, I didn't think Kevin Bacon was going to be in this as much as he was. He stole the show. Like, one thing about Kevin Bacon, because he's always been in and out of horror movies since his first film, Friday the 13th. Okay. But, you know, he became more mainstream, you know, like Footloose, and then, you know, Tremors was a big success. He didn't even want to do that movie, but that movie really heightened his career. And then, you know, he's been in so many movies over the years. But he's always dabbled his toes in the horror genre. Like he shows respect to it. And I love that. That's one thing that I loved about him. And he can get really extreme. And that's one thing that Kevin Bacon can do. And I think that's what helped him in this movie be the best part. Playing an asshole. Like, he's this private eye on Maxxine's tail, hired by somebody else. You don't know who. You find out really early on that it's from our killer that's looking for Maxxine, or trying to get to her. But we don't know who this person is. And Kevin Bacon, the way his whole persona, you know, he even calls himself the Dick, and he plays that to a T. All right, he plays an asshole very, very well, and he was in the movie a lot, but those were like really the best parts of the movies, because it kind of built tension, because he's either, you know, being a creep, you know, just watching her from a distance, or he's chasing after her. Like, there's this whole segment piece where she's on the Hollywood set, and we are getting into spoilers, okay? So I'm just fair warning y'all, we are getting into a little bit of spoilers here. We've been going on for a little bit over 30 minutes, so just wanted to put that out there. But there's a scene, and it's in the trailer also, so it's not really a spoiler, but there's a scene where she's on the Hollywood set and she comes across the Psycho house. And I was like, that's so awesome. And she's looking up at the window, and she sees Pearl looking down at her. I was like, I like what we're doing here. I like what we're playing with here. This is really cool. I can't see how it plays out in the movie. And this whole thing was just like, was so cool. I'm just like, I'm a big film nerd, okay? And I love Psycho, and I love horror movies. And whenever you kind of mix Hollywood and backstage, and you're like on a set, and then you got like set pieces of other horror movies, that's why I always like Scream, because it's a little meta. And even like Scream 3, that gets not the best love out of the franchise, but it was fun because it was on the Hollywood set. You know, I just like stuff like that. I like a movie about movie making because I want to be a film director. That's what I want to do. I want to have one of my scripts. I want to be sitting in the theater and seeing my movie on the big screen. Even if it's a piece of shit, that's my piece of shit up there. I can die a happy man at that point. Oh, we do have a super chat. Super chats do go to the front of the line. But it's from our very own lovely Lady Luna with a $5 super chat. Saying, just wanted to say thank you again for having me as a mod. Happy you're back. Lady, thank you so much. Wow, absolutely, absolutely. And I'm glad to be back. I thank you for the warm welcome because, you know, I know we've been keeping in touch and it's meant a lot to me, you know, like that there's been some of y'all that's just been like, hey, where you at? When you coming back? That kind of got me. Like, I was kind of like in a slump there for a little bit, you know, not going to try to go too deep into it. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about, but I was like, that's what's missing out of my life. It's content creating. And y'all, like us coming together, being a part of this horror community and just talking movies, talking horror. You know, you find your people. And I feel like we've all found our people. And, you know, I just appreciate you, and I appreciate all of y'all. So thank you. I'm gonna try not to stay away. I'm gonna try to keep this train rolling all the way to the destination station. Yeah, that was cheesy. But yeah. And you're welcome for being a mod. You're welcome. I love that. It's probably really well overdue. So yeah, thank you for that $5 super chat, lady. You're super awesome. And everybody go check out Lady Luna over on TikTok. I believe she has a YouTube channel too, and she puts out a lot of content. So yeah, I will try to put all your socials in the description of this video whenever it goes into replay mode after the stream. So yes, check her out. She's super awesome. Great personality, and just a good soul. I love you, lady. You're super awesome. Let's see what I got for you. You know what? I forget. Here, I'm gonna turn down this music just a little bit. Let me see. I'm gonna give you a video. But what would lady want? Let's go with an oldie but a goodie. I know this gets old, but I love it. I don't know what it is. It just never gets old, you know? Like, I want that to be my ringtone. Like, when someone calls me, it's just... that'd be it. That'd probably get it. Well, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to give you one more, okay? This is the Happy Dance Welcome Back song, all right? This is how you're making me feel. That's how I feel. I might, you know what? If more super chats come in, well, I don't know. I might do that dance one day. I don't know if I can pull it off. I used to be able to dance, but I can't dance like that no more. Lady, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You're too kind. You're too kind. I really appreciate you. And let's bring that back up. Got a little bit of that. Let's see.
It was very predictable, which was, a really big letdown. I was kind of hoping they would, kind of make it not so obvious. From the beginning of the movie, I already knew where it was headed for. I already knew who the killer was.
Yeah.
And I think for me, that's what kind of hurt it. Like it was just like, all right, I already noticed where this is going now. If you added more elements to it, then I would have been okay with it. But I'm not gonna lie, man, I'm disappointed, man. Like it's a good movie. It's not a bad movie.
Right.
It's good, but if you're a fan of the first two films, X and Pearl, it kind of leaves you wanting more. You're kind of like you kind of want to ask Ty West, like, why didn't you kind of push the envelope a little bit more with certain things and stuff like that? Like, it just was really predictable. It was, I will say this, and some people who really like this movie will probably, bite my head off for this. I think it's one of the most overhyped movies of the last 10 years.
It is very overhyped. Didn't it seem like this was
arguably supposed to be the biggest horror movie of the year.
Right. Especially there, and they said it was the best one out of the whole entire trilogy. So you were thinking they had something really. It almost makes me feel like, okay, you didn't think that your audience was that smart or something, because coming off of X or whatever and Pearl, the way Maxxxine opens up and kind of reminds you of something, you're kind of like, is that where we're going? Why are you reminding us of that right there? Like, it was just too on the nose. It was like, there's not really a whodunit element to it, Like,
that's the thing. It isn't.
Yeah.
That was the most disappointing thing, Destin. Like, I was really looking forward to this movie when I finally, was able to sit down and relax. And there was a moment where I had to pause it and stuff. But then once I was able to, like, really get back on track and focus, I was just like, man, this is just too easy. Like, it is too easy. This isn't really a whodunit. This is in so many ways a story about, basically a story about family in a very biblical way. And it's not that I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. I just felt like it was too obvious. There was nothing special. That's what I'm looking for. There was nothing special about this one. Not like with X or Pearl. Those two, in my opinion, had that special element. There's something special to those films. This one, it just kind of was just like, I just want to kind of close off Maxxine's story and maybe we do something else.
Like in the same universe? Like
something like that. Like when I came onto the stream, when I entered the chat, I heard you talking about maybe more from Pearl.
Yeah.
That's
where I wanted to go.
That's what I'm saying. Another sequel about Pearl. I mean, the movie we got with her, she was relatively young.
Yep.
So what about when her and her husband, do get together and they get married and stuff? Were there more victims along the way?
I would say yes, because she was crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, oh man, I'm not going to lie to you, man. It hurts my feelings to say it because, one, I will say this, Mia Goth killed it again. Like, I would love to see her in a Scream movie.
Yeah.
And stuff. But it just, everything was predictable. The killer was weak, man. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, I understand it. But he was just, some of his punchlines, I will give him. His dialogue was good.
Okay.
I liked his dialogue for what, the type of killer and what he was, the message he was trying to, come across.
Yeah.
But then there were some moments where it was over the top, and it's just like, this is a little too much, bro. Like, you're doing a little too much screaming, man. My ears, I've been hearing people scream in my ear all day.
Yeah.
Like, my ears are bleeding right now. So, Like, tone it down a little bit, man. Like, and I'll be honest, like, I feel like, don't get me wrong, some of the kills, like, to me, the best kill was the Kevin Bacon kill. That was the way the blood poured out from underneath the car like that. That was beautiful, you know. But then it's like some of the other kills were just like, they were cool, they were brutal, but it was just like, I've kind of seen this before.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm thinking in the fucking trailer that the knife that the killer is using is that knife, he's going to be using that the whole time.
Yeah.
And he just uses that one scene. And I'm just like, oh, well, I just feel like if you're a big fan of the first two films and you understand those two films, especially kind of being in their own separate entity, obviously in the first one, this was the story of Maxxxine and the beginning story. Well, this was kind of like the ending story of Pearl. Yeah. And then with the second one, we got the beginning of Pearl and stuff like that. But if you're a big fan of those first two films, like I am, like I love those first two films. I thought Ty West killed it. That's why I wanted him to direct Scream before we got Kevin Williams. Yep. But if you're a fan of those first two films, I feel like you will walk away somewhat disappointed with this movie. You'll like it. It's a good movie. It's not a bad movie. You know,
if it was on its own, if we didn't have anything, which you kind of need X a little bit, I would say that's the one you need to see.
Right.
If it was on its own, it'd be like, yeah, it was fine.
I thought it might have been one because, you know, we watch so many Scream movies, you know. I thought that maybe it'd be somebody tied to the group of friends that she was with, you know, the people she was working with. That's who I thought it was going to be. And that was going into the movie. The moment the opening credit hit and we got that opening scene where she's a little girl, I was like, oh, man, I think I already know who the killer is.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Damn it, man. Like, why'd you do that? Like,
yeah, I think it was like it already like planted that seed, like
right.
Like, okay, so I thought it was like trying to throw us off. I was like, okay, I get that, but I tried to forget it because I was like, that's too easy. That's too easy.
Right.
It's like they're putting it in your face, like, hey, remember this, you know?
Right.
And it's just kind of like, it would have been better if you didn't even put that there, and you just have to remember from X. You know, I think that would have played more. And just with some of the like, what do you call it? Like where the climax is, and all the shooting, and then some of the like you know, like there's like a lot of like humor that didn't work.
Right.
And that I was just kind of like, you're kind of slipping into with the delivery of some of what the killer was saying, her dad.
Yes.
The way he was getting really extreme and stuff, I was like, all right, tone it down a little bit. I can tell this guy,
exactly.
I was like, this guy like came and thought that he had to be the biggest villain there ever was, and then like all the action stuff like that, I was just like, man, it just kind of started slipping into B-movie territory, and I was just like, is that where we're going with that Maxxxine character? Is like the way it ends. I love the way it ends. I love that last shot of her saying she never wants this to end, and the camera like pans back. It's like one shot goes up the Hollywood Hills, and then it goes all the way up into the sky and to the stars, you know.
Yes.
And they had like that Betty Davis Eyes song in the background.
Yeah.
That song got stuck in my head since Thursday night. I was like, dang, like I was like, this song needs to get out of my head, like for real. And but I was just kind of like, I mean, I love that. So it makes me think, like, you know how there's X, Pearl, and Maxxxine are three totally different movies, right? Like kind of in tone. What would be Maxxine's next one? It kind of made me think that would she veer into like action movies or something like that? Just the way she kind of has that Sarah Connor feel the way she has that shotgun and stuff, you know.
Right.
I was just kind of like, is that where she's going to go with her career as on the Hollywood sets? Like, is the next one going to be kind of like action heavy?
Right.
You know.
Well, one
I mean,
thing I will say, since you brought up sets, I love the chase scene between her and Kevin Bacon on the sets. That was cool.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun to see. You know,
Yeah.
for a second there, when they went out the one door, I'm like, well, wait a minute, hold up. They were just in the studio. Are they back on the fucking main road? Like, well, what's going on here? Like, I'm like, oh, these are multiple sets. Oh shit, that's cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, that was pretty cool.
You know what would have made that scene better?
What?
If the killer would have shown up somewhere.
Right.
I kept thinking, I was like, oh, it's gonna be so cool. She's gonna run into this psycho house, and then she's gonna have and then, you know, Kevin Bacon gets stopped by the security guard, and he has to turn around and get escorted out.
Yeah, I hated that.
Yeah, I was kind of like, oh, this is a perfect moment for them to like do an homage to like Psycho,
right?
Or something. I thought Kevin Bacon was going to get killed by the killer at that scene. I thought that would have been cool if he would have ran up in there trying to find her and he gets killed.
Right.
Sequence. I was like, oh, that's cool because it's the Psycho house and stuff. But, you know, it didn't play out that way. So it was like missed opportunities like that I was like, man, you could have done just a little bit more in this area.
Right.
And it just...
And then, I'll be completely honest, like, this may sound kind of fucked up, but for what we got, what her dad was trying to do, like, give her an exorcism and shit, bro, you should have just tried to kill her.
Yeah.
That whole exorcism bit, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I'm like, why did you didn't have to go in that direction.
You didn't. You didn't have to
go in that direction. And see, I'm not gonna lie, some of the ending confused me a little bit, because when she's like, you know, before she blows his head off, she has that moment where she, you know, veers off in her mind and she's like a big star and, you know, she's on the runway, you know, she's all dolled up and shit like that. For a moment there, I thought I'm like, all right, this is what I thought the ending of the movie would be, is that she did make it big time, this and this and that. But then after the fact, after she kills him and stuff, we see her obviously on the set, you know, of the, you know, movie she's doing, but we don't really know if she made it big time.
That's true.
You know, we don't really know if she made it big time like that. And
yeah,
just seeing that for me is what kind of, as another thing that took the sting off of it, because I would rather her already be popular, because then she has a lot more to lose.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? She has, you know, I get it. You're trying, you know, I mean, she was trying to get fame, but at the same time, having somebody come after her, it really kind of holds no water, because she's not really popular. Like,
yeah,
nobody would have gave a shit.
Yeah,
Nobody
except for her dad. Yeah,
right. Nobody would have cared, you know. So that's another missed opportunity. You should have already had her be famous.
Yeah,
Should have, like, from when she had that first audition. From that moment on, that's when they should have been like, all right, now she blew up from that audition. Now she's doing this. Now she's doing that. Now it makes sense, because then now we know somebody's after her, not only because of her fame, but obviously her dad doesn't approve of the life that she's, you know, living in Hollywood, because it's against what he raised her to be.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff. But like, we don't even know if she becomes famous. And I think that question about where does Maxxxine go from here is a really good question because of that. You know, we don't know if she makes it big or not.
Yeah, and see that's what I was saying earlier. I don't know if you're in the chat or not, but I was saying, like, I could see Maxxxine, like, in the next one, her being a director or maybe a producer or head of the studio or something, and
right,
something's going on, you know, and knows her secrets and all that kind of stuff. I could see that there's more to build there, and I know Ty West and Mia Goth have both said that they're up to making more movies. But before I see a sequel to Maxxxine, I want them to go back and show Pearl first, kind of like mix it up, mix it up a little bit, so so you can play with both characters. I don't want like Pearl to be one and done, you know,
Right.
because I think that
agree with
character is
that.
a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, Pearl is definitely a more interesting character because there's a big difference between the killer inside Maxxine and the killer inside her.
Right.
There's a big difference. Maxxine is a killer based on self-defense.
Right.
You know, Pearl is just
Sydney.
yes. Pearl is she's a brutal Sydney.
Yeah.
Pearl is just a fucking lunatic. She's Miss Voorhees.
Right.
Miss
Exactly.
Voorhees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I would like to see. I agree with you. I would like to see another Pearl movie. Have it set in her mid 30s, early 40s, maybe, and build around that. And I mean, I got to watch Pearl again. I mean, Pearl has her own secrets.
Yeah.
Maybe there's somebody, maybe there's somebody that Pearl maybe killed that comes along and tries to do harm to Pearl. They come to her like, fucking Maxxine and all of them did, like, hey, we need a room and board. But then next thing you know, some crazy shit starts happening, and then we realize, holy shit, Pearl is actually the protagonist this time around. These people are after her. Or something like that. Like, you could do some more stuff with Pearl. I'm not so sure I want to see another Maxxine movie. I mean, it's just this one I really had high hopes for because, okay, I know for a fact we're kind of stepping back into what X started. What are we going to build on with this character? And
X was more of a slasher than this movie, though.
Yes, absolutely. And the cinematography, like, I'm not saying the cinematography was bad, but because of where the setting was, the cinematography was way better.
Yeah.
Way better in X. But, I mean, basically, we kind of got what we thought we were going to get out of the character.
Mm-hmm.
She's still trying to get fame. She has all these skeletons in her closet. She's an opportunist. Like, there was really nothing in this movie that elevated the character, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know. It's like there was a lot of moments where it's just like, okay, we're just following her. It's cool.
Right.
But they needed some spread out kills in it. They needed a couple more kills to kind of like keep it going, keeping the momentum going, because it was more like, do you really call this a slasher? Like, I don't know if this is a horror movie, really. And then Lady Luna said something earlier that never even crossed my mind, talking about, making a sequel to Pearl. What if Howard and Pearl had kids and that psychoticness passed on to their kids? Because there's a big gap between the end of Pearl and the beginning of X, because Pearl's really old, and Howard is. So there's a lot more you could do there.
They should have did that with this one.
Yeah.
Even if it was a little streamy.
Yeah.
They should have did it with this one because it makes sense.
Yeah, like it was like Pearl and Howard's kid, like, you killed my parents.
Yeah, especially with her seeing the vision, in Bates' house.
That was so
Imagine
cool.
Imagine if you would have revealed the killer was Pearl's son.
Yeah.
That
would have been cool.
See, like,
I mean, they could still do that if they do decide to make another Maxxine. That could be, and they take it a killer slasher element. They could do that in the future still. Like you have to have a story or something to go off of.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like Ty West. I like Mia Goth. I feel like Mia Goth even was like toned down in this one compared to the performance she gave in Pearl and X.
Right.
I was like, this one, she's just kind of. It's like the trailer showed a lot of the best moments, like the Psycho House with Pearl in the window. Like,
they always do.
I know, man. It was just like, and then it's like you have nothing else to offer us. It's like that's it.
Bro, I was sitting here. I was sitting here when I was watching the movie, and it was about to be at the final act. It's about 20 minutes. And in all honesty, because I already knew what was going on, I wanted to cut it off right then and there and stuff and hit you up and be like, yeah, let's talk about this shit. But then I said, you know what? Maybe I might get surprised. Maybe even if I'm right, maybe an extra element, or something, a little twist will happen. And it's just like, no, it's like waiting. It's like my football team. I've been waiting since before I was born for them fuckers to win a championship, and they don't look like it's coming anytime soon. And that's how I felt about this. Like, I'm just like, okay, what's the hook? What's the twist? I'm waiting, and it just doesn't come. It's just like, I knew this is what it was going to be from the outset, and it just. It stunk, man. It stunk. The whole aspect of their choice for the killer stunk.
Yeah.
You could have had so many. Honestly, I will say this. I thought for a second when she was going through those flashbacks of Halsey and the other girl being dead, when the girl's eyes opened and they were white, I thought, oh, wait a minute. Maybe because this is Hollywood, maybe these fucking chicks are fucking faking this shit. And they're the killer. Shit. You know what I mean? Like, because, I get it's a premonition and all that stuff, but I thought for a split second, why would you make it seem like that, that girl woke up?
Yeah.
And stuff, but then it just turned into what I thought it was. And it's disappointing, but I think the biggest thing you said, Destin, about this movie, not a horror movie.
It's not a horror movie.
Not a horror movie.
No,
it's not. It's a story about a father and his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
A daughter who has chosen to live the life in so many ways of sin that he doesn't approve of. And in order to get her back, or as the old phrase says, get her back into the light.
Mm-hmm.
He decides to kill a couple people who are somewhat close to her in Hollywood, but really don't. At the end of it all, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just to all together to cap it off with, I'm going to give you an exorcism.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
And they touched on it.
Ty's better than this, and that's why I'm disappointed.
Yeah. And they touched on it a little bit because remember the killer going into the box and watching Maxxxine dance? Did he have like a sexual thing for his own daughter? Like, is that what they were going for? Or I mean, I don't know if that's like they were just kind of dabbling into it, or if it was
they revealed he was.
Yeah. Or was he just mad that she was doing that? But I would be like, still.
No, I
my daughter like that.
I took it as they revealed subtly that he was. And the part that notified me of that is when he approached her and the way he touched his hand down her leg like that. And I was just like, oh, I'm like, maybe this is why she left home. That's easy to think why she left home, but it's also easy to think that's why she got into porn.
Right.
And stuff like that. So I definitely do think, I agree with you on that they kind of subtly revealed that her dad, was, kitty diddle.
Yeah.
Put it nice. I mean, I guess if that's putting it nicely, but just putting it honestly and stuff, I do believe they revealed that. But man, Destin, I'm disappointed with this, man. This again, some people are going to be mad who actually really do like this movie. Just my opinion. The most overhyped horror movie in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Even more overhyped than Halloween Ends. I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah. Hey, it's not a bad movie. It's just disappointing. It's just very underwhelming that this is the end product. And it was like, oh, well, you shouldn't have overhyped this for us. Like,
right.
We expect, like, I think it would have been okay to still have that subplot of her dad and her, but him not be the killer. Like maybe you think he is once he shows up on the scene, but then there's an extra layer that there is a killer that pops out, maybe for whatever other reason, you know?
Right.
I just felt like it needed an extra layer. It was missing something that the other two had. It was missing something.
Now, I can't remember because I have to go back and watch the first two. Well, the first one. And I don't know if they kind of elaborated or touched on it in here. Is her mother dead?
I can't remember.
I can't remember if we've ever got clarification on that neither. Now, see, right there, you could honestly, I felt like it would have worked better with the mother.
Yeah, kind of twisted a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like it would have worked better with the mother. You know what I mean? Like, but altogether, he could have just went in a different direction in terms of picking who his killer was. And, you know, I felt like the tape stuff. You know, hold on. So my thing was this. Wait a minute. See, now I think about it, this doesn't even make sense. How the hell did he even know where she was in terms of, you know, with Pearl, being at Pearl's house, and how the hell did he get that evidence? If you had no idea where your daughter was, you know, like, yeah, see, damn, Ty.
It just seems like it was forced. It was definitely forced. Hey, when he was given his whole, you know, motive and everything, I was like, I don't know who this actor is. I'm not quite sure what else he's played in, but I was like, I'm getting a little bit of Freddy Krueger vibes with him. Like, I was like, he might look pretty cool in the makeup of Freddy. Like, I always think like that. I'm always like, man, he could look good as Freddy. I don't know. I
know, man. I mean,
I also had a couple drinks too, so that could have been part of it. I was watching the movie.
I mean, hey, I will say this. In terms of going over the top sometimes like Freddy does, he's got that.
Yeah, he's got that. That's the thing, man. It's like, man, they should have done a couple more takes. Like, hey, man, let's don't get so extreme with it and everything. You know, like it's kind of
that's what they were aiming for.
Yeah,
I think that's what they were aiming for, and I don't know if you caught this, but I also think that, and we talked about it with Scream 3. You know, Wes in so many ways subtly exposing the truth. You know, about what goes on. I think he was doing the same thing. You know, I think he was doing the same thing with the whole mention with the whole babies, you know, being sacrificed. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, okay, I see where he's going with this character.
Yeah.
It's a little over the top, but that's when you think about it, and when you think about it from a political spectrum, some of that talking points or whatever you want to view it as is viewed as extreme, which is why he is over the top, batshit crazy extreme. You know, so in terms of matching it up with what he wanted to, you know, go with that character, he got it right. I just felt like it could have been better executed. It could have been toned down a little bit more. And I just rather preferred a different killer.
Yeah. I was hoping it was going to be the
Halsey.
Older, not even Halsey. I was hoping
Halsey.
You wanted Halsey to be the killer?
Yeah, I wanted Halsey.
Yeah. I was thinking, because like when you would see the killer like from behind, like his frame and everything, I was like, I bet you that's a female, not a male.
Bro, I thought the same thing at first too. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like, man, Kevin Bacon, you know, his character saying, "Oh, my boss, he this, he that." I'm thinking in that moment, what if that's the hook right there? Is to refer to the killer as a he, but it's really a she.
Yeah.
And when I would see, you know, the killer's frame, I'm like, I don't know if that's a guy or a girl or not. You know, I can't really, you know, make it out. And so I will say this. I don't know if you got the vibes of this, but the attire and everything kind of gave me Dr. Wynn vibes a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, sure. For sure, man. Like, I just, I wanted it to be, what was the lady that she befriended on the studio? That she was like her mentor?
Oh, the blonde hair?
Yeah, I wanted her to be the killer.
Yeah, bro, I honestly thought that she was a part of it.
Yeah.
I thought she was. If it wasn't the dad, I guarantee she's a part of it with whoever is behind it.
Yep.
We didn't get that. It would have been way better because, I mean, you heard her dialogue. She was cutthroat.
Right.
You know, so she would have been I think she would have done a great job as a killer. Man, it's just, oh man, I'm a little disappointed, man. Like, again, good movie. I'll watch it again. It's not like a movie I won't rewatch. I'll watch it again.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not like, it's not like, you know, oh, I want to watch Scream. I want to watch Halloween. You know, it's not, or Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street. You know, like, it's not like any of that or Saw or nothing. Like, and I was kind of hoping for that feeling because that was the feeling I got with the first one and the second one.
Yeah, and that's how I am. It's like I've already seen both of those movies a couple times since they came out.
Oh yeah, man.
Maxxxine, I don't know. I really don't have a reason to watch it again. I mean, I will watch it again just to kind of refresh, but I don't have that want. Kevin Bacon was like the best part of the movie. Every scene he was in, he killed it. He killed it as a dick. He did. And he plays an asshole so well, man.
He does.
And you know, he was just recently in that new Beverly Hills Cop movie that's on Netflix.
That's right. Yeah, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, I watched it. You'll like it, man. It's pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to check that out.
Yeah, it's good, man.
Looks like it's a good time. I saw Bad Boys. I really like that.
Yeah, I like Bad Boys, I think, a little bit more. I've liked Beverly Hills Cop, but sometimes I'm kind of like, it's not as like cool as Bad Boys. But
right, exactly. I feel that.
Yeah.
But okay, so I will ask you this: so out of all three movies now that we got all three, what is your favorite? Like, I guess your worst to best.
Oh, my worst to best?
Yeah.
My worst is definitely Maxxxine. And then it's X, and Pearl's my favorite.
I agree.
Pearl's my favorite. Yeah.
Pearl's the shit. I agree. I would love to see more Pearl movies. I mean, I just don't, after this movie, I don't see what can we do with Maxxxine? Really, what can we do?
Right, exactly.
I don't know. This was your opportunity, in my opinion, to kind of get Maxxxine out of Pearl's shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Because even after X, even though Maxxxine was the final girl, everybody was talking about Pearl. Especially once we found out that they were doing a prequel talking about Pearl. You know, and how she became what she was or what she is, and stuff like that. When this movie got announced, I'm like, okay, cool. This is the opportunity to get Maxxxine out of the shadow of Pearl and kind of carve her own lane, and maybe, just maybe, you can get one or two or maybe even three more movies out of this character.
Right.
And it's just like, I feel like, and it's just my take from it, I think Ty wants to be done with them. I mean, he may have said, and Mia may have said they want to do more Maxxxine movies. But to me, from what I saw in this movie, it's a good way to encapsulate her story.
Yeah.
You know, even if I didn't feel like they executed it right, at the end of the day, she got what she wanted. She's living the life that she wanted to live.
Right.
What else is there to tell? I feel like if you wanted to bring anybody that was associated with her on that trip to Pearl's house, that you would have done it with this movie. The only thing left I can see is maybe if you reveal they have an offspring, and maybe in the next Maxxxine movie, that's who's coming after Maxxxine then.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what, or yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If you want to keep it that slasher element, you know, like,
right.
And what's it going to do? I could see her playing like maybe she's a little bit older. Maybe it's the 90s this time, you know, and we got like a 90s vibe to it. And we kind of do the 90s slasher. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Sure.
I think they did capture the 80s really well.
They did. And that's one thing that I was saying. I was like, maybe in Ty West's mind, he thinks this is his best movie as far as like capturing a feel and technically, because he did a lot of one shots and like following the character with like one take, and you can tell that it was more like, oh, look at me behind the camera, what I can do. I can make Hollywood look like the 80s, and kind of like I said it earlier on the stream at the beginning, but like how like Quentin Tarantino did with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He was just like, there was a lot of times in that movie where it's just like, what are we doing? We're just riding around. We're just interacting with people. Okay, we get it. You made it look like, you know, that era and everything. You got it. He was more in love with his directing style than actually giving us a story or giving us more to chew on. So yeah. But I am excited. As much as this one movie, I that is getting a lot of negativity around it because they keep losing directors and everything. Mia Goth is signed on to play a villain in the new Blade movie.
Oh, I like that. So
Seeing her as a vampire
is Wes. I heard something that Wesley got the role back.
I heard that's a rumor because I heard that Mahershala Ali was tired of waiting,
right?
And I guess the contract like exceeded itself to where he had the chance, because I'm pretty sure, like, man, dude, that was years ago. Whenever he came out on stage and put the hat on, and that was like at the beginning of that was like right after Endgame, you know?
Yep.
And the movie is supposed to go in production. Then it's like, no, it's next year. No, it's next year, and they just kept getting delayed. So now it's like probably past that 3-year mark. If they wanted to do 3 or 4 year mark that they wanted to do a trilogy, and he's probably to the point where he's like, oh, I'm just gonna have to drop this. And plus he's getting older now, man. Like,
right.
Like,
and plus, in all honesty, though, and it's nothing. I mean, I was looking forward to Mahershala Ali playing that role because I think he's a great actor. I'm a fan of his. But
yeah,
to me, there's only one Blade. And that's what
one Blade.
And that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and he's
going to de-age him because he's supposed to be a vampire.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, look at the in the first one, the main heads before Frost took over. They were old.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were old. You know what I mean? So they were like,
and he is a half breed or whatever. Right?
Yes, he's a half breed, so he can age.
Yeah, they could keep that. They could make that into it. And maybe he has like a little. Maybe he has some kind of young protege or something that he's teaching, showing the ropes to. You know, maybe it could be like,
I always wondered whatever happened to the chick in the first one, Nabushe Wright. Whatever happened to her character?
Oh yeah, whatever did. I thought that a long time ago. I was like, man, whatever happened to her character? Yeah.
Another one is Abigail Whistler. You know, Jessica Biel.
True.
You know, like they could do a lot of things with that. You know, I think I would like to see her back. You know, especially repping the Whistler name because Chris Christopherson got killed off.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the only thing is, man, I want them to have somebody really good behind the camera. I need to revisit we should rewatch those movies on the channel because that's horror enough.
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Especially the second one, man. I love the second one. I remember seeing all of them in theaters, but that second one, I was like amazed.
I liked the second one a lot. What took it off, and it's crazy. I'm gonna say this because I'm a big wrestling fan. Yeah. I didn't like the wrestling moves, man. I didn't like the suplexes. I didn't like the elbow drop from halfway across the room. I remember. I just didn't like those certain scenes, and I felt like at that time, action was getting very Matrixy. To
Yeah, it
me,
was.
what made the original Blade cool was that it had this dark, gritty, tone to it. I felt like 2 was a little too bright.
I thought 2 was pretty dark. I thought
It
Trinity. I
was,
thought the third one with Ryan Reynolds and Jessica Biel. I thought that was getting a little too light. I thought
that was more light than 2. I just felt like with like a lot of like the club scenes and just all that. Like I mean, it was dark. It was definitely dark when we got to the villain. Like in, tunnels.
yeah, those
all
creatures
that
were
stuff.
crazy. Yeah.
Hell yeah. But for me, I'm a Deacon Frost fan, man. I love Stephen Dorff.
Yeah, I know, man. He's one of the best villains. Like
He's
Stephen Dorff
the
killed it.
shit.
He killed it as
Man.
that character.
Killed
And,
it. Bro. He doesn't get enough love, man.
Nah, he doesn't. Well, he's. I heard he's a real asshole. I heard he's hard to work with.
Oh,
So
I've
he
never
plays
seen
those.
that.
That's why he plays that role very well. And but I think I was just like I like Guillermo del Toro's directing style in 2.
He is a damn good director.
Yeah, like the lighting and just the creature designs and stuff.
Right.
That was, and I don't know. I just kind of I liked it that you kind of got that twist to the kid that was working for him was kind of he betrays him at the end. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch them for sure. That's definitely a trilogy that I need to rewatch. And I never watched the TV show. And did you see all this stuff? Like I've been watching like a lot of breakdowns on Deadpool and Wolverine.
Right.
And apparently Ryan Reynolds at some point has teased that Blade is actually in Deadpool and Wolverine. Because they get a lot of villains from all the universes coming at
all the
them.
universes.
And someone slowed it down and they said, this is Blade's outfit, but this isn't Wesley Snipes' Blade. This is the TV show Blade.
Probably Sticky Fingers.
Yes, Sticky Fingers. Yeah, I think he's the Blade that's in Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, I tried to give that TV show a chance, and
it just ain't Wesley, right?
It's not even that, bro. It's just I felt like I would put it this way. In today's landscape, it'd be a lot better because there's a little bit more loose ends. Like there's a little bit more freedom, especially with streaming and stuff. You got to think back then it was on Spike TV.
Yeah.
So you can't get as brutal as you want. Like and stuff like that. So in today's landscape, though, maybe put it on like sci-fi. Oh yeah, look what they're doing with Chucky. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Something like that. And they're also saying that because they already shown that Sabretooth is back to fight Wolverine from the first X-Men, but a lot of people have speculated they think they're hiding it, but Hulk is in there. So
gotcha.
So apparently that's a big thing, Wolverine versus Hulk in the comics. But I don't know. I don't really keep up with comics.
Yeah. So let me ask you, because I think we talked about it was a while ago, but you've seen some of the episodes to the first season of that Pretty Little Liars Original Sin, right?
Yeah. And I know the new season is out. I watched the first episode, but I haven't went back and finished it.
Bro, I'll say this: it's they definitely upped the ante with the kills, but just like with Maxxxine, it's fucking predictable who it is.
Oh, okay. So the finale doesn't pay off.
No, it just could have done so much better if they just would have picked different killers. I'm starting to feel like we're going on a trend here right now, Destin. What's going on with these movies and these TV shows not getting these killers right?
I don't know, man. It's just they're not the writing's just not as clever. They're not giving it that much thought. It's it's just a paycheck to them. So it's all right, we'll just
I agree. It's just come on, you gotta you gotta spice some shit up, man. Like it's kind of getting a little bit annoying because it's just like the same trend. You know,
Right.
we get some cool kills, we get some good brutality, but then when we get to the end and the motives and who it is, it's just like, oh, like we could have done without this. I already knew it was you.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
like that's one thing I am dyingly hoping for Scream 7. I
That
don't
hits the
care.
mark.
I don't care if we know Stu's going to be involved. I don't care about that. We all are Stu truthers, believe that's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
But whoever is in this cult with him, I wanted to shock the shit out of us.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to be shocking, man.
You want it, yeah, you want it to be shocking. Like, come on, like we could do this. Like, just subvert expectations. That's it. That's all it is. Like, oh, you think it's that person? No, it's this. And it's like, okay,
Right.
thanks. That's all you had to do. Like,
Right.
that's it.
Exactly.
Give me an extra layer.
Absolutely. Like, come on. Like,
That's what I'm
man.
worried about. Even if they do decide to bring Stu back, don't make it rushed. Don't reveal him, and then there's a short little fight, and then it's over with, and it's just like, oh, well, that was underwhelming.
Right.
He just
You gotta
came back, and he got killed so quick.
Right. In my opinion, I mean, you got to give us a knockdown, drag out fight.
Right.
Like, you got to give us a fight to the point where we had that feeling at the end of Scream 3 and Scream 4 that Sydney might actually fucking die this time.
Right.
Like,
Yes.
you have to give us that, because I remember in Scream 3 when he shot her, I thought it was finito for her.
Yeah.
I remember being like 11, 12, my mouth just dropping like, Sydney's dying. No.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it did. It did. They went at it, man. That was
Yeah.
one thing that was great about Scream 3. They really went at it.
Right.
It's
Man,
just,
I
man, that, like,
can't wait till we get more news and stuff starts to ramp up even more, man. It's going to be
about
wild.
to. It's about to, dude.
It's 2025. It's going to be even bigger than what last year was for horror.
Right.
Bro, we got so much content coming out in 2025. We got Thanksgiving 2. We got Scream 7. We got most likely Chucky season 4. Even possibly a new Chucky movie. We got Megan 2. There's even more.
And hey, Marcus, she was wondering if you were still on.
Yeah, I'm still here, Jamie. What's up?
Yeah. Yeah, I think she had to go for a little bit, but she's back. Good to see you, Jamie.
Oh, snap. Oh, Lord.
Man, we've been all over the place. We've been talking about fashion and kids.
Financial prosperities.
It's a good stream. There's a lot of advice here.
Yeah, you're getting everything.
A lot of content.
Yep,
Yeah,
you're getting Maxxxine spoiler talk. You got a little bit of long legs. You got a little bit of scream. It's all got just a little bit of everything.
I tell you one thing that I do, and I'll shut up about finance and stuff because, like sometimes I can be too preachy with it, so I try not to talk about it. But one thing that I normally do, I need to start doing again. But what I was doing there for a while was I would start my day off like hitting the gym and listening to Dave Ramsey. Like he has like a lot of he has like a show, and he does like baby steps to a millionaire of how to successfully become a millionaire.
Right.
And he'll have people call into the show and like usually it's a husband or a wife or anybody saying, "Oh, I got this situation." They'll tell them their financial situation, and he's just, dude, he is like so blunt with them. Like they're like, "Oh yeah, I bought a house for my son or my daughter, and they're not making the payments, and I don't want to have to kick them out," or like stuff like that, like whatever their situation.
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah," he'll just be like, "Yeah, your son's a parasite. Kick his ass out." I'm like,
damn.
Like he's like rough. He's like he tells them like you got to be tough.
Tough love.
Yeah, tough love, man. And but sometimes I'm just like, damn, man, easy.
Yeah, my boy said, "Damn, yeah, your son's a parasite. Kick him out." Damn.
Yeah, sink or swim. Like I'm just like, oh my goodness. But there is a lot. There's other hosts on the show. It's not always him.
Right.
That gives some really good advice as well. So I kind of like that's kind of like my thing, or was my thing. I'm trying to get back to it, but yeah, that's another good financial advice is Dave Ramsey. There's a lot out there. There's a lot of gurus out there. You just gotta.
You know what? While we're still here, I think it's a good idea to check out and see what some of the other audiences is thinking about Maxxxine, like reviews and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I've been watching reviews. I've been watching the reactions and reviews and everything since they came out. So, yeah, most of them are pretty lackluster. There's some people that love it, but it seems like it's not 50-50. It's more 25-75. Like 75% of people were kind of felt underwhelmed.
Right.
Kind of like how we feel. Like it's good. But
it could have been way better.
Yeah, it's not. It didn't hit the mark. It didn't do it for us. So yeah. So I don't know. Like I'm ready to see Long Legs. I hope that brings me back up. I tried to ignore all the buzz around that movie for the last, month or so, and everyone's like, "Hey, have you heard about Long Legs?" I'm like, no. But then I heard Nicolas Cage is in it, and as soon as I heard that, I was kind of like, as much as I like Nicolas Cage, something about it brought it down for me. Like I was like, okay, how's it gonna be so scary with Nicolas Cage in it? Like, but apparently he does like a really good performance, and I know he's like slowly coming back, but man, dude, I'm hearing nothing but I'm hearing the things about this movie that we were hearing about Hereditary. So I hope it lands the mark. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I'm ready for it. And I want to see Smile too.
Yes. I gotta actually, you know what's crazy? I still haven't watched the first one, and that's actually gonna be like one of my more recent like comeback videos when I told you I want to start doing more like reactions to movies while I'm watching it and posting it and stuff like that. That's going to be one of my first ones. Is the first Smile.
Dude, you haven't seen Smile?
Nope. I've been
Oh,
holding out.
man.
I've been holding myself out just for that fact because I just want to watch it on the channel. You know what I mean? Use it as content and stuff, and give everybody a reaction and see how I feel about it
Yeah.
and stuff. So I've been holding out. I've been holding out. I keep hearing great things. So what I mean, I hope I like it as much as everybody else.
Yeah.
Man, I
Yeah,
tell you
yeah,
this,
dude.
man.
I'm down to rewatch that movie. I kind of want to rewatch it before the second one comes out. The only thing is like, I'm not gonna say what it is, but I think the trailer gave away a spoiler, and it kind of ticked me off.
What
I'm
was
not gonna say.
Smile too?
Yeah. They showed something in the
Okay.
trailer. You blink and you'll miss it, but I caught it. It's not. Well, it's more than a blink, so it's not like anyone that is following it. I'm just kind of like, oh, why'd they show that in the trailer?
Right.
So I was like, man. So I don't know. It kind of revealed something of a certain character. That's all I'm gonna say. But,
Okay.
but it would have just been better to just experience that without seeing that. Experience that.
Right.
So, but I'm hoping it's good. Oh shoot.
Yeah,
There
I'm
you are.
looking at these some of these critics from Rotten Tomatoes on Maxxxine, and I mean, hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I mean, I look at this one, and it says a compelling character piece with a performance and a look that can't be beat. I just disagree with that. I don't think it's a compelling. What's so compelling about it? Really?
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, honestly, Mia Goth kind of didn't do as much in this one.
Right.
I think it would have been cool if, like, it would have been kind of hard to do, which there is a way you could have pulled it off.
magic that they're talking about is. I just don't.
Yeah, they definitely could have done more, or her character
So
could
much more, bro. Like, I am really just, again, good movie, but I'm really disappointed. Like, if I'm being honest, I'm a little heartbroken because I thought that this movie was going to up the ante from what we got in X and Pearl. I thought we were going to get even more blood, more killings out of this character. I thought we were just going to get a badass movie.
Mm-hmm.
And they completely made her, like, they made her the protagonist who will fuck shit up. But it's like, okay, that's cool. But we've seen that before. What made her unique in the first one is that you saw the opportunist in her.
Yeah.
I didn't see enough of that opportunist in this one. I think that's what's the number one thing that's bugging me out. I wanted to see more of opportunist Maxxxine. I wanted to see, what did that guy say to Gale in Scream 3? So you just want us to go out there and cut everybody's throats because that's what you did.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted from Maxxxine. So and it just didn't happen. Like, it just, it's upsetting.
It needed another layer. There's just something missing. It was like, no, you just didn't go there with it. You kind of played it safe. Paula says she hasn't seen Smile either.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a thing.
And look, Lady Luna, she says, Destin, can we plan a watch party soon? Absolutely. Dude, it sounds like we are in store to do a watch party. Maybe we can get Lady and Jamie and Paula, everybody get involved, DJ. We can all do the damn thing, because that's a movie I've seen it a couple times. But I remember going to the movie by myself late. I mean, dude, it was like, I saw it early, but it was only playing like 30 minutes away. And it was like 11 p.m. at night. I went into that movie because I was off that night.
Okay.
At that time, I was off on like Fridays and Saturdays, and it was a Thursday night, and I was like, man, I want to go do something. I want to get out of the house. And I saw that it was playing, and I was like, oh, I'm going to go see this. 11 p.m. I was the only person in that theater. It was kind of creepy. The town that I was in, I was like, I wasn't familiar with it. I was like, and then the movie was creepier than I expected. And I was like, hold on now, maybe this wasn't the best choice. Like, I didn't get out of that movie till like 1:30 or something, because after previews and everything, I was like, man, and when I came out, everything was just dark and closed, and I was like in this weird parking lot, and I was like, man, I gotta get my ass home.
Bro, I thought I was the only person in the world who felt like that after going to watch a fucking horror movie, even if the horror movie wasn't all that scary. When you leave the movie theater, when it's the last show of the night, and it's dead, and there's nobody there. Like, it's just like, yo, this is some fucking creepy, eerie shit, and I need to get about this movie theater before somebody pops the fuck out. Like,
yeah, man, for real. I at least want a few people in there. Like, I don't want to be alone.
Right,
Not that late.
Like, I remember I did that one time and stuff, and I came out of the movie theater, and there was like nobody. There was no people in the movie theater. Like, whoever was still running the movie theater, they were in the bunker somewhere, because there was nobody, no other customers, no nothing. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I don't know. This is too weird. Like, it's just, especially because I'm so used to seeing people, because I'm in the city and stuff. When you're in a place like that, especially after coming to watching a horror movie, that shit's a little bit creepy. I don't care what anybody says. That shit's weird.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like we need to do a watch party for Smile, man. I'm looking forward to y'all seeing it for the first time, and just seeing your expression, dude. Like, I like, especially that ending. I'm almost
inclined to say we need to do a watch party for In the Violent Nature as well.
Dude, if you want to do that, like tomorrow night, because I'm kind of wanting to watch that pretty soon. That and Strangers Chapter 1.
Hey, it works
Before I make
because
this video.
I'm off. I work 9 to 4 tomorrow, and I don't care. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what happens. I ain't staying longer. I'm tired, man. I'm good.
Yeah.
And somebody else can work longer.
Yeah, I got to work in the morning too. I got to get up in like 7 hours. I have
Yep.
I got like 3 meetings today. I hate Mondays, man. I hate them.
Oh, man.
Why can't I just do this full time and just quit my job, man?
Bro, we're gonna get there, man. We just,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, bro. This is all part of the journey.
I know.
You know, the struggle is all a part of the journey, but we are gonna get there because
Yep.
we have that it factor. We have that personality. We have that personable attitude to communicate with people, with audiences and stuff. You know, and
Hey, they like us.
yeah, there we go.
Thanks for liking us.
Hell yes.
We like y'all.
So it's just, you know what I mean? It's just all a part of the journey, brother.
You know what's
Definitely.
cool? You know what I love most about it though, is that just like me starting out a few years ago,
Right.
really into it. Like I did like YouTube back in the day, but I didn't take it serious or nothing. You know, I was like just dabbled in, uploaded stupid videos and
Right.
wasn't monetized, didn't really like have a structure. But what I love the most is obviously the friends I've met along the way, like you, and
Yes,
Jamie,
absolutely.
and Lady Luna, and everybody else. But and Paula, everybody. But the ones that we have brought together, and they have became creators themselves, content creators themselves, because that's kind of like what happened to me. Was like I started becoming part of like, you know, everybody, and I started like being on other live streams and stuff, and I was like, huh, I should actually do this. And it kind of gave me that want to like that fire to like, oh, like and recording. So I mean, you might have to pay like a subscription, like I don't know, $10 a month or something like
That's
that.
not a problem. I'll pay for it.
Yeah. So that's a cheaper option. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's like cheaper ways to do it instead of buying like a big rig and it be a big teleprompter like they would use on a news set or something. Like, I'm just like, man, I can't see myself
Thanks
dropping
for putting me on to that, man, because now I want to start doing more videos with, with my face and stuff like that. That'd be cool. Yeah, I need to do that.
Yeah. You got a new subscriber, DJ Plays Favorite. Just subscribe to you, brother.
Oh, shit. Thank you, DJ. I thought DJ was there, was already subscribed. Maybe I was wrong. I mean, I know he showed up in a couple chats. But hey,
go DJ. That's my DJ.
That's my DJ. Go DJ.
Hell yeah.
That song was playing at the job the other day. That's that jam.
Yeah, that would be great. That's the dream, right, Jamie? She said all I ever wanted was for someone to pay me to talk and for giving my opinion. It's my dream.
Hell
that's it.
Yeah. I know that's right, Jamie. And that's so funny because somebody asked me like why I love doing, what we do. And I'm just like, because, man, I'm like, I've always been a big horror fan, but I've never really been open about, open discussion about it because a lot of people that I'm familiar with from where I'm from, they're not really into it.
Right. That's how it's
like, so it's like, now
it's like it's almost like the frowned upon genre, it's not family friendly.
Like you're automatically labeled a fucking weirdo. And it's just like,
yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Like, it's like no, it's not that. It's like they just don't get it,
Right. I mean, if it ain't for you, cool, but it's damn sure for me. I love horror. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I love being able to have this community. It's like Craven always says, it's community, man. We have this community and this bond with people who share the same passion and the same love for this genre and this art that we do. And they want to hear our opinions and they want to hear their opinions heard and stuff because they might be going through the same thing. They might not be able to talk freely about horror movies the way they want with their inner circle because their inner circle might not be as open with horror movies as they are, and stuff. So I love it, man. I am 100% on board with Jamie on that. We've talked about it plenty of times, Destin, and we're going to get there. At some point, this is going to be our full-time job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is going to be. All we have to do is just keep doing what we're doing. You know what I mean? Once we can get on a steady, trajectory of pushing consistent content, but also capitalizing, when we go to the conventions and stuff like that. That right there for me, I feel like is a big key. When we go to these conventions, hey, the worst thing we can get is a no.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean?
And I have gotten no's before, but I've always gotten a couple of yeses or whatever. And it's just, just keep building it. Just keep, some people don't want to mess with you until you have a certain subscriber base, that's just the nature of the game. Like they don't seem like they benefit anything from doing an interview with you, so, and at first, like that kind of like stung me a couple times, but then there's so many others that are like, hey, I'm trying to get my name notarized, out there as well. And they'll say, yes, they'll do it for free and have no problem. Or they're just down to earth. They're just like, yeah, sure. Absolutely. Like they're just not in it for themselves. They're just like, yeah, they're happy that somebody wants to talk to them about that, Yeah.
Put a spotlight on that.
Yeah, exactly. Because that you search someone's name, boom, this video could pop up and it's a full interview of them. So
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna try to see if I can get. I'm gonna ask Melissa. I know it probably will be a no.
I might ask her out. I know. I'm just kidding. Don't you eyeball my woman.
Yeah, bro. Come on, you stepping on toes.
You remember that? I always think about that scene
Yo.
in the Rundown with The Rock and Sean William Scott. He's like,
Uh-huh.
you came in here and I saw you. You eyeballed my woman.
Yo,
He goes,
yo.
eyeballed the woman.
Yo, that's a classic. But I want to ask Mikey Madison. Well, I want to ask Mikey Madison for like a quick little interview, like a 2-minute interview. And then I just want to ask her, so how did Amber kill Stu Macher? I mean, how did Amber kill Dewey Riley? If she really killed Dewey Riley, like how did she conjure up the strength to go Superwoman on him and do what she did?
Yeah.
And how did she grow 8 inches tall? Fuck with it. You know what I mean? Just have fun.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, dude, that's gonna be keep me up to speed on that, man. I'll try to make it out for that one too, because Texas Frightmare, like it just, I don't know. I just wasn't, I don't know. A lot of stuff was going on with me around that time, so I need to make up for it. Now I got all this free time of being a single man.
Right.
So anyways, I got more freedom, I guess. So
hey man, shit, listen, bro. Nothing wrong with shooting a shot. It is what it is.
Oh no, I'm saying about just having freedom to do stuff. Like I can go.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like there's nothing wrong with just having freedom and just hanging out and doing, what I mean, living life.
I can drive down and visit Craven. I mean, me and him, we live in the same state. He's just hours away from me in Houston. So, yeah. We got another super chat.
Oh shit! There you go.
Oh, it's from our very own Lady Luna with a $10 super chat saying, I appreciate you both so much. Thank you for this tonight. I needed the smiles, laughs, and happiness so much. Lady, you are so very welcome. And you know what? You have put a smile and have made us laugh as well. Just having the interaction and everything. And I'm so happy that you're here. I'm so happy that we found each other on TikTok and here. Marcus, like, go follow Lady Luna on TikTok. Like, she has like some really cool content over there. She does live streams and stuff with tarot cards, and dude, she's got a whole community over there. She's killing it. And
yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to check her. I gotta do that too. That's another thing I want to start expanding on is my TikTok thing.
Yeah, dude. See, I do like shorts, or I do like reviews over there, but it's like not my main platform. Right. YouTube's always going to be, because I'm monetized over here. And so yeah, I should put more into TikTok and Instagram, but it's kind of like secondary to me a little bit. But maybe I can help. Maybe we could help Lady out with YouTube, and
absolutely
could help us out with TikTok, because it's still kind of like a learning curve for me and everything. I just, I like supporting other people that I vibe with, that I love their content, I love their character, and Lady's just that lady, that person. She's awesome. So I'm glad to have her, and she's a hashtag digital bouncer now as of tonight. So she's a new moderator for me.
Oh, hashtag digital bouncer.
Hashtag digital bouncer. Kick controls. One stream at a time. Oh yeah. Remember I used to do that shit? Hey, bro, I came up with the digital bouncer.
Bro, by the way, that Be Right Back, like that you had when you were sending me that email, that jam you had on there.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't copyright you, because that was a vibe, bro. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I thought it was just a noise.
Over here bopping.
That's why I cut it off real quick. I mean, the views, like the super chats, I'll still get, but like the views on the stream, it'll just like get demonetized or partially demonetized, like they say sometimes. But yeah, or if it does, I'll go back and I'll edit that part out, because it didn't play that long.
Oh no, it wasn't that long at all.
Yeah, but you never know. You never know.
Sure.
Sometimes something will demonetize you, and other times it won't. It's like, okay.
Right.
But thank you so much, lady. Yeah. Thank you, lady. I really appreciate that $10 super chat. You were so sweet, and I appreciate you very, very much. And I promise you, the way you feel is the way I feel about you as well, because you have great content. I love your vibe. I love your character. You're just a good soul, and I'm so glad you're here. And I'm glad to have you as a moderator. Welcome to the fam. Let me see. What is later? I keep saying later, Lady Luna, but that's like the third time I've said tonight. I go later, like later. It's so late. This is how I'm feeling.
Got it. Okay.
And this is the upper.
Enough! Do you want my head to explode? In the name of all that is good and decent, no more for today!
Oh,
And dude, that's how I feel every time I'm about when I'm working lunchtime beyond. That's how I feel. I'm just like, I'm ready to cuss everybody out, and I just want to say I quit.
I'm ready to cuss everybody out.
I quit, but I'll be back tomorrow.
Right? Bro, I feel you. That's kind of how I was feeling a little bit earlier. Even my buddy was like, "Are you getting mad, bro?" And I'm just like, I'm just ready to go to fuck home, man.
Yeah.
Like, look, I'm tired. I'm busting my ass all day. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, constant flow. Like, shit was fucking busy. Like, ready to go relax, watch this movie, talk either good or talk some shit about this movie. And it was a little bit of both.
Right.
You know, so, but most importantly, I got to hang out here with my buddy. It's been a while, and you know, I'm glad
Feels
we got
good,
to
doesn't
do
it, man? It's
fucking
like,
right
man,
it
this is
does,
what's been
man.
missing out of my life. Like I know
Yup.
life can kick our ass sometimes, and it's just kind of like, oh, we get like to where it's like no motivation, like you just kind of get in a rut. And that's where I was. And I was speaking about it earlier. It's like, I'm not the best person to like reach out and talk about my shit. You know?
Right.
So like you reaching out to me, ladies, almost called her Leda again. Lady has reached out to me. Jamie has, among others, so many people. And I'm just like, oh, I've missed everybody. I need to go back and do what I love and be with my people. That's what I need to do to get over everything that I'm going through. And dude, it's so therapeutic, and it's so awesome to be just back in touch and talking to you again. And you know, I know we talk on the side too, you know, so
yeah.
But man, it's just like natural. It's like, dude, we can go for freaking 5 hours and being like,
yeah, man,
where did time go?
Like, I'm gonna say what I jumped on a stream an hour and a half in, almost 2 hours in. Yeah, and you're at 3.5 hours now. Like, and it's just like effortless. It just flies, man, because we're having a great conversation.
Yep.
You know, and it is very therapeutic, man, because that's why I was a little bummed earlier. God love him. My manager, Sam I am.
Green eggs and ham.
He can't. When he rolls up on me, he's like, Marcus, and I'm just like, what's up? Oh, whatever. I was like, what's up? You guys need some help busting out there or something? Because we were busy. And he's like, no. I gotta ask you. Yeah, he was just like kind of like fucking around, like, because he didn't really want to ask me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he's
okay. So it was like I hate to ask,
dragging
but
it. Yeah. Dragging it. He was like, I hate to ask, man, but you mind staying? And I'm just like, fuck. I'm like, you need me to close? And he was like, well, you can close if you want to. And I was just like, I really don't want to.
Yeah.
Because then I wouldn't have got out till like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatnot. And stuff. And I was like, all right, listen, the best I could do is 7 o'clock. I was like, I gotta be there in the morning at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to do a double on a Sunday and then have to bounce right back in the morning. I'm just not.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And stuff. And then I'm like, and I got plans tonight, man. Like, I'm trying to, do my content with my buddy and stuff. He was just like, no, man, that's cool. You know what I mean? 7 o'clock is fine and this and this and that. But man, because after 4 o'clock, shit starts slowing down. So it kind of drug a little bit. And I'm just like, yo, come on, let's go. I'm still ready for this day to be over. Man, I'm ready to go home, take a shower, get back, eat, watch this movie, and hang out with Destin and, everybody else here in the chat and, talk about this movie and stuff like that and other things. Like, but this is definitely therapeutic. I'm glad we did it, man.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to doing some watch parties. We can do In a Violent Nature and, among others, man. Let's just catch up, man. Let's just start creating content.
Yes. There's another one.
That's the thing. We got to get that algorithm back revved up.
Yes. There's another one. And I actually did a post about it earlier in the year, but I never really got the chance to follow up on it yet. But I want to do a watch party for this movie. It's kind of like an homage to Friday the 13th. You'll be able to tell by the name. But it's called...
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Camp Pleasant Lake. And stuff. But
yeah,
I'm not sitting there saying it's not predictable. It's predictable, but I
just want it to be cool. I just want it to be cool.
Slasher.
Okay, cool. That's all I want.
Fucking fun slasher, man. It's a fun time. I enjoyed it. There were moments in that movie, and you'll see what I'm talking about when we watch it and stuff, where I'm just fucking bugging out because it's just like, basically, these motherfuckers don't have a clue. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, when we watch it, you'll know what I'm talking about and stuff. But it has Bonnie Aarons in it, Andrew Devoff, Wishmaster. They have a couple other guys in it too. But they also have Jonathan Lipnick.
Is
Jerry Maguire, the little vampire?
Yeah.
All that.
Okay, I had no idea. That's cool. Cool.
They got a nice little cast, and it's not bad, man. Like I said, I had fun with it. Like, it was good. It was brutal too.
Yeah, awesome, dude. I'm looking forward to it. We can do that tomorrow night because I got to watch that and Chapter 1. And dude, I'm kind of thinking, like, should I make those? The first half video, should I make that as like a video or a live stream? And kind of like talk about it because it is going to be a lot of movies I got to talk about.
You talking about Chapter 1?
No, I'm talking about the video I plan on making about all the movies I saw the first half of 2024 and then what to look forward to on the second half because, we're like in the middle of the year. So,
right. Honestly, I would do both. Like, basically do a video talking about all the movies you've watched so far in 2024 and then come back and do a live stream and get everybody together, see if anybody else can, come hang out. And then we all discuss what we've watched and stuff like that and how we feel about it and, how horror's going so far in 2024.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll do that. I just got to watch those 2 movies first before I make the video because I want to do the first half first. So yeah. So maybe we could do In a Violent Nature tomorrow night, watch party.
Yes.
And then maybe Chapter 1, or if we get done early enough, maybe we can knock out both. I don't know if you're up for it.
I mean, hey man, you let me know. I'm down for the double feature.
All right, cool. I'm down too. I mean, it is a work night, so I mean, like right now, I'm up way later than I should be. But
what time do you think you'll be off tomorrow?
I'm usually done. It all depends. Like, but around 6-ish, 5 or 6, I usually call it. I can get done earlier if all my texts are cleared, the sites. And then I can be like, oh, all my stuff's done. I can log out. I'm done. but you never know.
Right. Yeah, we'll figure it out, man. But for sure, tomorrow night in a violent nature. Like I said, I'll get off at 4. I'll probably be home about 5,
Yeah.
something like that, or whatever. So I'm free anytime after that, man. Like I'm definitely interested to see what you feel about In a Violent Nature, and I want to see what you think about Strangers Chapter 1. I want you to see it and give your take and perspective on it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm glad that it's available to where I can watch it at home, because I definitely wanted to see both of them in the theaters. So, and I think In a Violent Nature is still playing at my movie theater too. So,
oh yeah, I will say this. I'm glad I didn't buy a ticket for Strangers. I'm gonna say
for Strangers.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say. It's
well, I do the thing at AMC where it's like you pay like what $22 subscription.
Oh.
And you get rewards, and you get 3 movies a week. So it kind of pays for itself. You go more than once, you get 3 movies a week, and so I just go through, and then but even with that, I was just kind of like, I can't bring myself just to go sit in the movie theater right now.
Right.
So yeah. It's actually a pretty cool little deal. Because I mean, dude, movies are, and it comes with like IMAX movies and Dolby Atmos movies. So I'm like, those movies cost like $20 on their own.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're not lying about that, man.
So yeah, it does get pricey.
It's very pricey. There's some